Can anyone hear me? Hello, Levison. Hi, Levison. Can you hear me? Hello, Levison. Can you hear me? Or can any other person hear me? Just to confirm. Can anyone hear me? Oh, hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Can anyone hear me? Please, if you can hear me, put it in the chat for me. I'm wondering how come I don't know what's going on. So if you can hear me, please let me know in the chat that you can hear me. Thank you. Can you hear me? Hello? Oh, thank you. All right, thank you. I was really wondering how come I'm not getting any feedback. Anyway, hi Phyllis. Thank you. Levison, hello. I am doing great. I hope you are too. And Levison and Felix, I think today is probably the first time I'm seeing you in the chat. Where are you joining us from? Felix Bedu sounds more like a Ghanaian name, I presume. 'Cause at least I know a couple of Bedus from Ghana. So, yeah. Levison, Felix, where are you joining us from? And welcome everyone. If today happens to be your first time joining us, I'm happy to have you join us on the stream. And just for the purposes of those who are joining for the first time, or if you don't know me, I am Obed and currently working as a software engineer with the ALS team. And I'm also studying masters in health informatics currently. And the purpose of this stream. So we've been doing it daily, at least for the past 2 weeks. From Mondays to Thursdays are like the days that we are sure that we're going to be live. Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays are sort of not conk, but then as and when we need to, or I'll be available for the stream, I'll announce it publicly for everyone to know. And what we do on this stream is we get here to we are trying to build a community of lifelong learners. That's how I call it, where we get to motivate each other to learn and get things done. So the session is broken down into we are going to be live for close to 6 hours, and within that 6 hours period, we have multiple sessions. Each session is made up of 60 minutes of focused work or learning and 15 minutes break for discussion. So, in the course of learning, if you have any questions, you drop it in the chat, then we discuss it during the break. It could be anything. And if you have any sort of question, general question for me, I'm happy to also respond to it and for us to discuss it. And yesterday, for those of you who were on the stream yesterday, we decided to build a platform together, a platform that will serve the needs for us. I mean, in the past 2 weeks, working together with you all wonderful viewers, we've spotted that there are a few things that we lack and we wish we could have. So we've decided to build a platform. And yesterday we started thinking through it and writing on the plan and even started writing some simple code. So we're going to be continuing from today and subsequent streams as well. And the end goal is for you to stay motivated and for you to keep doing things like getting things done, learning the things you want to learn, and yeah, also, I mean, associating with new people. So here on the stream, you find nice people and people who are willing to help one another so that you get that the benefits of the community. So you're highly welcome if today is the first time that you're joining us. And don't forget to say hi in the chat. It is the only way that I get to know who is here and who is not here. So let's interact. Felix says, that's great. I'm from Ghana. Yeah, great. I thought as much and happy to have you on the stream. So I am also from Ghana, and therefore, I mean, I know, I had a number of classmates called something something Bedu, so it's only made sense for me to assume that you are also from Ghana. Hi, Toronto. Happy to have you joining us today. Where are you joining us from? So I'm just curious to know like which country you're joining us from because I mean we are all, especially in Africa, for instance, like we are all over the place and we need to create that connection between one another. So on this stream I've met people from various parts of Africa and we've all connected and I'm very excited about it. So I look forward to knowing where you're connecting from and also being able to connect with you and talk with you as buddies, right? So Nancy says, hi Albert from Lagos, Nigeria, presently in the SC cohort 19. Hello Nancy, nice to meet you. So Lagos is one of, I mean, the places that you hear of all the time, right? So I have a lot of friends or folks who live in Lagos now. So yeah, happy to add you to that list of people that I know who come from Lagos, Nigeria. And thanks for joining the session. How is ALS SE going? Ooh. Torrenti says, oh, from Nigeria as well. That's really great. I keep saying that now I think apart from Ghana, the other place where I have a lot of friends is Nigeria because almost everybody comes from Nigeria. Yeah. So if you open my phone book right now, you see that a lot of my friends, my contact list are Nigerians, Nigerians, Nigerians. Yeah, happy to have you all join. Hi, Smiths. Hi, Smiths. Welcome. Thanks for showing us some love. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you are loving it. It's not always easy, but then hey, nothing great comes easy, they say. So happy to know that you are enjoying it. Malawi, that's interesting. Let me see. I don't think I know anyone from Malawi yet. Wow, Malawi. Oh, okay. I'm happy to get to know you, Levison, and please do come around often so that at least I know that I know somebody from Malawi. So nice to have you here. Smith says, how are you? I am doing excellent. Like I'm doing really great today. And I keep saying every single day is an opportunity to do great things. So I'm always happy to be awake, be strong, and be sitting by the computer. And also, especially when I am streaming live like this and engaging you all out there. So it's a wonderful day for me, and I hope you are as well. Smith says from Egypt. Oh, very nice. Like Egypt, I think I have like two or three friends from Egypt, so I'm happy to connect with you, Smith, knowing that you're from Egypt. You see how interesting this word is, like, and I think this one more reason why, like, doing this sort of introductions is very important so that you are able to connect with people, right? It's not just for my sake, but then you also find people who are in your home country or different countries that you can equally connect with. All right, so let's all take advantage of it. And if you join the stream, please do not hide yourself. Let us get to know you. Let everyone here get to know you. You never know when like right now, if I want to travel to Egypt, I'm sure if I call Smith that, hey Smith, I'll be in Egypt tomorrow, can we probably meet up so that you show me around? I'm pretty sure that Smith wouldn't say no. Or Smith, will you say no? Let me ask before. I'm pretty sure Smith won't say no. So that's the essence of having a community and getting to know ourselves like that. All right, we'll be starting our stream soon. Today, I am going to be having, like, so every day when you come, the ideal thing is for you to write down your list of to dos. So we have the next 6 hours to study. What exactly do you want to study? What are you going to be focused on? And I keep saying that you need to stay, like, write these things down. And one of the reasons why we are trying to build the platform that we talked about yesterday is so that every one of you, when you join the stream, will be able to list your to-do list there. We can all see it, that this is what you said you wanted to do. Then we can ask you questions. And I also want to ensure that I am helping you as much as possible. And not just me, every other person on the call is helping you as much as possible. So when I have an idea of what you are studying, then I can ask you questions. I can assist you by trying to explain some of the things. I keep saying that I don't know everything, and I'm happy to learn. I'm a student of life. I'm always willing to learn. The world is indeed my classroom. So everything you are learning, hey, I'm happy to learn it with you. I'm happy to share some light on that and help you understand some of the things. If it is just about me trying to point you in a particular direction, or even you teaching me, I'm happy to learn all of that. Hi, Steven. Steven, good day to you as well. It says, I'm from the ancient city of Benin, Nigeria. That's interesting. Benin City, I have heard a lot about Benin City. In fact, one of the people that motivates me a lot comes from Benin City. So I know not so much. I just kept hearing him talk about his story and how he came from Benin City and all. I don't know if you know him, but I'm sure you would find him interesting to know that somebody from Benin City is doing so much, so well in his field. So I think his name is John Obidi or Obidi, however you guys pronounce it. So maybe you want to check him out, Steven. I like John Obidi so much, and I've been following him for, I think, close to 2 years now. In fact, he is the reason why I started doing these sort of live streams and teaching people publicly, like online, because I was doing it locally. I was teaching people things, but not recording anything until I came across him and he started explaining why it is important to put out the craft out there so that you reach millions of people, because if you are doing something good, you don't want to hide it. Nobody switches on a lamp and keeps it under the bed, right? So John Obini inspired me to start this journey, and I'm always grateful for that. So those of you who may also, I mean, you probably may all be interested in who John Obede is and some of the lessons that he teaches. He's a very good teacher. Not He doesn't teach like programming, tech, software engineering related stuff, but then life, personal development, and yeah, how to make money on the internet, like all those kind of things. You understand? But the most important part is that he sort of opens your minds to things like a different perspective about things. Yeah, so he's someone that I highly recommend to any young African who is trying to do something great out there. So please take a look at him if you can. He has a Facebook group called, this is not like any sort of advertisement or anything, but at least this is me sharing with you where I am consuming knowledge. Yeah, so I consume knowledge a lot from him. And he has a newsletter called the Wisdom Letters that he sends out, I think, every Monday. So we get to read from him every Monday or so. And his Facebook group is called Head Start Africa with over 170,000 people in the group. So, yeah, that at least tells you that the guy knows what he's doing. So, maybe you want to check him out. All right. Now, welcome once again. We are going to get started with today's session. So, as I said, just go ahead and write the things that you're going to be learning. What's your goal for the day? Today, I haven't seen the usual members, community members. You guys should appear before I start taking a roster. I haven't seen them, and I'm waiting on them. Yeah, but that's a cool thing. Over the past 2 weeks, there are people who have been consistently joining the stream. So when I join and I haven't seen them, it's like, oh, some people are missing. And I look forward to having you all being consistent members so that at the end of the day, the value that we are all sharing here, we can all share it together and add value to one another. So please get ready, your books, your laptops, get seated, get rid of all forms of distractions. Last, I've been attesting to the fact that these streams has helped me focus a lot, like get things done all the time. Right now, almost every day when I'm coming on live like this, I put my phone on airplane mode, no distractions from my phone, so I can focus for the next 6 hours and get things done. Once I'm done, I have access to my phone, and yeah, if you are using your phone to study, obviously you can put it off, but then hey, you may want to even put it in airplane mode. But then if you are using your phone to join the live stream, then when you put it on airplane mode, you are off. So I mean, your circumstances may be a bit different. However, I'm just trying to let you know that you should try and get rid of all possible distractions so that you can focus well and get the best out of the time that you spend. You don't want to waste 6 hours doing nothing. So, yep, ready to go. For me, my schedule is such that I have a lot to do today. One, I may be hosting a session for some of the learners in the ALS Intro to Software Engineering program, and that will be in the next 30 minutes. I probably will be hosting that. So you see me talking, but then I wouldn't be talking directly to you. And I'll probably mute that when I'm talking. But it's part of my work. So I am working around this time. And in the course of the time too, I'm going to have a couple of meetings. I think today I should have like 2 or 3 meetings before the close of the day, but I'll try my best to engage you during the break time. So if during the break I'm not on a meeting, then I would come into the break and we'll discuss. If I'm in the meeting, we'll continue with our focus learning, but you can take break, walk around, stretch, and get back to learning after the break. If you have any questions, just drop them. Even when you are learning something, you're struggling with it, just drop it in the chat and we'll respond to all of that. Then, when I'm done with the meetings, we are now going to look at the platform that we started working on yesterday. Today, I intend that we start looking at what we call the low fidelity prototype for the platform. So I would explain this and why it is necessary when we meet for that particular break time discussion. So I hope you're ready to start learning and getting things done today. To all of you out there who are ALS students, big ups to you all. I know you are really doing hard things, and I just want to assure you that it would pay off, right? A year ago, I was in probably some of your shoes, and I was also struggling as well, but then perseverance has gotten me this far. So, hey, remember the great lesson? Yeah, we got a lot of great. So, let's keep going, tackle your tasks, learn the concepts, and we'll meet or have the next discussion during the next break. So in the chat, for those of you who are here in the chat, please let me know, what are you learning today? What are you learning today? Let me know so that I can start asking you questions. Load balances, interesting. So we can discuss that during the break. What are you all learning? What are you all learning today? Yes, what are you all learning today? All right. Oh, so, where is Levison, Felix, Torrenti? I'm guessing you are learning around those web service project stuff. That's why you're saying you're finding it difficult to do the load balances. Okay, Nancy is doing shell redirections, init files, variables. So, okay. All right. What else are we doing? Smith, Steven. Okay, Steven is doing Python if else loops, then later PHP basics. Interesting. That guy, PHP. Oh, I see. It's been a long while since I wrote PHP. In fact, PHP used to be like my number one programming language, and it's been more than 1 year since I last wrote PHP. I don't even know if I remember PHP. But I used to write PHP. I learned Code Igniter 3, and Laravel 8. So those were the frameworks in PHP I used to use. But it's been a long while. Anyway, glad to know that. Levison, where are you? Smith, where are you? So, guys, please let's get started learning. And don't forget to drop your questions if you have any. I need to quickly prepare for the session that I'll be hosting in 30 minutes time. And yep, I'll catch you all during the break. So I'm going to be playing, that's how we roll here. Play some background beats for you to help you concentrate whilst you're learning and not fall asleep. So I'm going to turn on that background music, and when it's break time, you hear the bell ring for break. But if I'm supposed to be in a meeting at that time, I may not be able to address the community. So you can take your break by walking around, stretching, and doing all those kind of things. Otherwise, if I am available, we are going to have a discussion on any topic at all, like some of the things that you're learning, and yeah, find meaning to some of them. So happy to have you all here, and all the best in the studies. Hi everyone, it's break time. Give me 1 minute. I'll be back. I'll be back right now so that we have our discussion. 1 minute or less. All right. So we're back. How is it going? How is it going, everyone? Let's see. How many hours? It's been like 4 hours. That's interesting. So I've been sitting straight for like 3 hours, 30 minutes, discussions and meetings. Anyway, how is it going, everyone? Let's see what we have here. Nandi. Hi, Nandi. How are you doing? And what is going on? Israel says, I didn't even do 2 hours. This hangout just came from. So don't you eat at all? Hi. Yeah, so Israel, I do eat mostly. Okay, so sometimes right after the session, I go and eat, but a space of 6 hours. I mean, yeah, it depends on the time you are in, right? But as you saw, today I happened to talk a lot because I was teaching for close to 2 hours. Then after teaching, I was in meetings. I was feeling very hungry and thirsty all the same, so I had to munch in some bread and that drink. I'm pretty sure you saw me take. Yeah. So hey, if you're hungry, go find something to eat. But then remember to come back and continue your work. Hi, Erasmus. So, Erasmus, the last time that you were here, I think I saw you and I mentioned you, but I didn't get a response from you. So, yeah, we're here almost every day. It says, is it very necessary to master JavaScript basics and the DOM manipulation? But I start with the main frameworks before I start with the main frameworks. Yeah, I think it's something I talked about yesterday during the stream. That for me, I believe that you should master the basis, like understand all those bases, even DOM manipulation. You should understand it before you go and play with men. Otherwise, you would start. Well, I mean, some people will say, oh, you don't need it. You can use my tutorial to. I mean, don't take sales advice from salesperson, like salespeople. That's what they say. Because obviously, a person is convincing you to take their course. So, what else should they tell you? Should they tell you not to take their course if they want you to take their course? But the good thing is, without a background in that, like without a solid understanding of the basis, you are still going to be able to follow somebody's tutorials and the person will try and explain it to you and it will make sense, but then you start struggling on your own when you start doing certain things, and the learning curve now becomes steeper than it should ideally be. If you know the basis, it's easy to pick up from the basis that you know what this mean already. So when you're writing it, all you need is just to understand the syntax for this particular framework or library you're working with. What are the um, functions, the various objects, like what's available in here that I can use to do what I want to do, okay, and how do I approach it from this particular aspect. But then the underlying concept you fully understand because you understand the basis. So if I mean you are asking, and from my perspective, it's very important for you to master the basis. Yeah, take that from me. I mean, otherwise you are really going to struggle. You can. I'm not saying you will not be able to learn it. You can, but it will be more steeper than it will be if you already know the basics. Okay. Um Rasmus said, I've been looking for you for ages. I'm always here, available almost all the time. Hi, Ima. Asma. Asma, you around? Are you still around? Happy to have you join the stream. And where is everybody? Please let me know. Those of you around, say hi in the chat and let me salute you as well. And how is it going? What's your learning? How is it going? How come today I have okay, Ritimi is here. Hi Ritimi. I've seen you. And Osaritin, okay, so Osaritin is here. So I think today I'm here to see, yeah, Erasmus is here. Good. So I hope you got the answer to the question you asked. Hi Erasmus. Yeah, I'm here to see Marilila, Tracy, who else? Yesterday, yeah, there were some new people who we met yesterday. I'm here to see all of them. Where is everybody hiding? All right. I'm glad to hear that you got the answer to the question. Sometimes it feels that it's taking forever for you to master some of these concepts, and there's a whole vast of things that there's a vast, I mean, like a whole universe on its own of things that you're yet to learn. So yeah, itchy. Like I want to learn this, I want to learn that. Yeah, you have to exercise self control in that regard. Otherwise, you'd go there, like you spend your time to go there to try it, and later you find out that, oh, I'm struggling because I didn't know this thing. Let me now go back. You see, you now leave this thing and go back to polish up on your foundations before coming back to it, and you see that you wasted time that you could have just optimized. So now focus on mastering the skills that's like the basics right now. And when we say mastering it, it's not just about watching some YouTube videos and building projects. So some people are convinced just by following YouTube videos and building projects, like because I was able to watch your YouTube tutorial and I built an awesome application, it doesn't make me like a good developer or engineer. I hope that point went in. Let me hit it again. So 10 in your direction. Get this off my head right now. So this is what I said, and I hope I'm being heard. Let me confirm. Yep. Okay. So this is what I said. That the fact that you've watched some YouTube videos to build couple of applications. Say you've built like Twitter clone, you've built Discord clone, you've built this clone. Like that's fantastic. It opens you up to some ideas that you probably wouldn't have thought of yourself. But the fact that you did just that doesn't qualify you as like a developer, because essentially what is more important is the knowledge of things. Like, in the absence of that guide, would you still be able to implement that? So assuming that this clone that you clone, you did YouTube clone. So say I give you Netflix to clone without any YouTube guide, like sit down and clone it. Will you be able to clone it? Okay. And those people who just watch tutorials to replicate it do not really think about these things. They just take it from whoever coded a thing and said, okay, this is what he said, so that is what you know. But to gain your own experience, it makes so much sense for you to go ahead and build something from scratch by yourself. So if you really think that you have a hang of things, then the best you can do is challenge yourself and pick up something that isn't in somebody's YouTube video. And one other thing that I recommend, like when you are using YouTube videos, especially the ones that they are building projects, and it's those are very good, right? But I feel that almost all the time, if you are going that route, try and make your projects unique in a way. Like, try add some other flavor to it, some other elements that didn't exist, that some functionality, kind of an add-on functionality. So I can share my personal experience with regards to that, and maybe that will throw more light on that. When I wanted to learn the main stack, I was totally new to these things, so I was trying my best. And that was at the time I had seen a job ad that had like a deadline. Okay, so I wanted to apply by that time, and I was still doing ALSSC. That was somewhere December 2022. Yeah, December 2022. I was still a learner in ALS Foundation. I think that was when I was about to end foundations. Or, yeah, or we weren't even at the end of foundations yet, because I think we ended foundations in March. So we weren't at the end of foundations, but I was in the ALS program, and I saw this job ad. Excuse me. I saw this job ad, so I wanted to apply. The deadline for application was 30th December, and around the time I saw it, I think it was around 18th, and we're going to go on break around 23rd for ALSSC. So I decided that I would delve into the men's stack between 23rd and 30th to be able to apply for the job. And what happened was, as part of the technical assessment, you were supposed to build a simple note taking application, and they've listed the functionalities, and they wanted you to use, I think all they stated was React. Like, they wanted you to use React JS for the front end. So I decided to take that as a main stack project for me to learn the main stack. And that's how I started learning quickly from 23rd. Like, I spent, because we're on break from ALS, so I spent, and that's that particular Christmas, I didn't celebrate Christmas because I was in my room for 5 days straight trying to learn this skill and be able to get ready for that particular job that I wanted to apply to. So I spent all the time trying to figure these things out. And eventually, what I did was I followed a YouTube tutorial. This YouTube tutorial, the person was building a blog, like a website for blogging. Okay. And I was following that to build my notes taking app. It's a similar concept, because in a blog, you can create blog posts, you can edit, you can delete, you can update it. So it was a similar thing, except that it was forcing me to think slightly different from how the person was thinking. So even though I was using the tutorial to help me build what I was building, it actually forced me to think about certain things. And at the end, if I show you my project and I tell you that this was the tutorial that I followed to build it, you wouldn't believe it, because it doesn't look anything like what the person built. And I implemented other functionalities, and even in terms of how interactive my web app was a bit different from how the blog post was. and that was because there were specifications for the app that the job ad requested for. So I needed to make sure it was in line with that, and it forced me to learn things outside that video. So there are things that I needed to learn how to implement that this person didn't implement in their video. So I went outside their video to learn more, and that's what forced me to learn the main stack and at least appreciate wholly how it works, even though there's a lot more for me to learn, and I keep learning it. So that's the advice I can give you, or anything at all you are trying to learn. Don't be fooled by just following somebody's code and typing out exactly what they are typing out. It's part of the learning. Seeing somebody doing it and learning from the person is part of it, but it's not a wholesome way to learn. You have to add on other things. So start thinking, if I want to do this myself, how do I do it? How, and get that experience for yourself, and that will really be helpful. Right? Yep. Uh let's see. Let me go up. I haven't responded to viewers. Please let me hear from you all. Where is everybody hiding, and why are you not talking? What's happening? Okay. So Toriti Toroti Toroti Agun Toroti. Are you here? Like he mentioned, you were having issues with load balances. Are you here? So we can discuss what the issues are. And Nancy says she was learning shell redirections, init files, variables. Ooh. Anyway, yeah. So Nancy, how is it going? Steven said Python, if else, and loops, then later PHP basis. So Python, I Steven, are you here? Are you doing Python in ALS? Is it Sprint 2, I think, or Sprint 3, whatever it is? Okay. Levison said, I'm finding difficult to understand pointers and string manipulation. Levison, are you still here? Pointers and string manipulation. Yeah, so I think pointers and string manipulation. One of the best ways to go about it is to use, I mean, I did a session on that, right? So you can check that session. I tried my best to break it down at least. So check, if you are yet to look at it, try and watch it. It's a long session, but you can always watch it as at a faster speed than normal. So maybe put it at 1.25 or 1.5 speed to quickly go through it, and pause it anywhere that you want to uh, get exactly what we are talking about. Then, I mean, play around with it. So I know if you don't fully understand, it's a bit confusing, but then it's important for you to understand pointers, because almost every other thing that you'll be doing after you've been introduced to pointers has pointers in there. Like almost every other thing you'll be doing, especially if we are dealing with the ALS program, after pointers, like every other thing you'll be doing has pointers in there. So it's not like one concept where you meet today, you didn't understand, you just brush it off and go to something else. You need it, or you are done with C. So please watch that session where I explain pointers, and I keep saying that try and make it practical, and that's what I try to do in that session. A pointer is just a special variable that points to the address or the memory location of another variable. Okay, so it is just like somebody who has been placed in a particular location to be directing other people that, oh, you want to go here, this is, you have to pass here, pass here. Like he knows exactly where everything is hidden. So that's what a pointer is. The pointer has the address. So for, if I say a pointer to a particular variable. All I'm saying is that this pointer has the address, or is holding the address for this particular variable, or where the variable is stored in the memory of the computer. So yeah, I don't know what is happening, that I'm not hearing from anyone, even though I can see that there are some people on the stream. Okay, let's see. Mm, Israel said you started late today. Not really. We didn't start late. Cause no, we started by 9. I think I was here already. So we didn't start late. Trying to comprehend how to make my shell take in arguments. Oh, okay. So I guess that's like the simple shell project. Oh yeah. So how to make the shell take in arguments. Oh, that's what passing, right? The get line function to get a line and pass it. If I remember correctly, yeah. But I think I addressed that in my my blog series. So yeah, if you're struggling with it, you can take a read on the blog series I did, and at least it would throw some light on how to handle that. Ritini said you're learning C. What exactly in C are you learning today? And yesterday, the project that we started yesterday, let me share my screen. Come here. Ooh. Okay. Share my screen, main screen. All right. Then share my screen and inbuilt webcam. Ooh, inbuilt webcam. Okay. Yep. Then now let's see. Open recent. Yep. So this. Oh, save. Yeah. So yesterday, this is what we started yesterday. Uh, those of you who are not aware, some of us who have been joining the stream for the past 2 weeks have agreed that we build a platform to support us whilst doing the stream. So this is what I did yesterday. For the project. So let me open the other doc. Doc. Ooh. Yep. Yep. So yesterday I shared this document on Discord for those who are interested in taking a look at it. Those who are interested in taking a look at it to look at it. But then essentially it's just a project that we've decided to take on to build something to support our community sessions like these ones, the live learners, the study with me sessions. And some of the basic functionalities we are thinking about is having a platform that learners or participants during these sessions can put their to-do list there, and get notifications when we're going live, all of those things. So we have a lot more things that we talked about and we decided to start implementing. So yesterday we did a basic GitHub setup for the projects, the front end repo and the back end. And I tried to explain these things. So if you weren't here yesterday, maybe you watched yesterday's stream and create a database. And in our case, you're using MongoDB. I explained it and explained how to access MongoDB Atlas yesterday. And this is something that after we are done or along the line, I'll still take time to come and explain some of these things. And I so much appreciate the fact that some of you are like absolute beginners and may not appreciate all of these, especially regards to the nitty gritties with the code. So I keep mentioning that the goal here is not for you to understand every line of code that I write, but the goal is for you to appreciate what actually goes on when it comes to building a project. Okay, so in for from ideation to like completion of the project, what is it like? What's the life cycle like? And that's what I want to show you. Yeah, so that's what we did. We are yet to come up with a name for the project, but currently we are using the dummy name SWM. So if I go to GitHub, the repo is public on my GitHub. You find SWM. Yeah, so as you can see, we have SWM backend and SWM front end. Like this is the back end we started yesterday. Okay. What else? So today, I think one of the most important things I wanted to do today, and I don't know why you people are not being responsive today, but that is quite unfortunate. So Marilila mentioned yesterday that are we going to use Figma for prototyping? And I was thinking about it, and just because I want to give you a full idea of the whole process and what it looks like, I'm tempted that we should probably do that live as well. So there is what we call the low fidelity prototype. Please, you don't need to be an expert to know this. You just need to know it that, oh, this thing exists and this is how people approach it. So that the next time you need it or you hear about it again, it doesn't sound totally new to you. So that's the essence of me. Oh, oh my God. Did I? How? So I wasn't sharing this live. And I don't know why. Please, are you all here? Like, are you here? Or I should stop doing this? Because I was saying all these things and I thought you could see. So if no one is seeing, I was expecting that at least somebody will prompt me in the chat. So what is happening? What's going on? Let's talk. Maybe I should get rid of this thing. It's not a good day for discussion. Eh? Hi, hi. If you are here, let me know in the chat who is here. Okay, so I know Namdi is here. Okay, Erasmus is here. Nandi says, or Nandi says, I'd like to hear you share about load balancers also. Oh, okay. Were you the one who asked about load balancers earlier, or is someone else? Oh, so it was someone else. Okay. And who else is here? Hey, but I can see people on the stream, or people are just. Oh, interesting. Okay, Ritimity is here. All right. Yes. So please don't let me feel like I'm the only one here and Israel too is here. Good. Please, please, please. Okay. Please be responsive for me. I beg. Like this one, I'm begging you. I mean, I don't want to feel as if what I'm doing has no value to anyone and I'm just wasting their time. So if it is important, please let me know and so that I can be motivated to keep doing this. So yeah, Nandi says we like to hear more about load balances. In general, when we are talking about load balances, we are looking at balancing load, right? Balancing load, and we use this terminology when you are managing service, and it's very 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 important, okay? Because let's say you have a platform like this platform that we're about to build, and or let's talk about YouTube. Imagine YouTube. If YouTube has just one server to host everything that is on it, a server is simply like a computer. So imagine everything that's happening on YouTube is happening on just your computer. Like somebody right now, I'm streaming. We've been live for how many hours? Can't even find out. For 4 hours and over streaming. That means you are using your computer. Somebody else, there are thousands, more than thousands. Like right now, if you check the people who are streaming live, a lot of people are live right now. So can that single server handle that load on the server? Okay. So in order to ensure that each server is working at their maximum capacity, I mean their optimal capacity without failing, we introduce a concept called load balancers. So a load balancer is just something that we are going to put before a fleet of servers. So we have a number of servers, but we put the load balancer before the servers. And the load, whatever traffic is coming, will go through that particular load balancer. And the load balancer will check based on the algorithm that we are using, would now redistribute the load that is coming. Okay, so let me see what would be the perfect example. A perfect example would be, say, let's use more of a practical one. Say maybe we something that will not be too difficult to understand. Say a car, or I mean a station where we are loading several products, several goods, okay, into various carts. Let's say we have the goods only cars, a lot of them coming to take things. Then we have the station manager who is there and telling people or pointing people where they should take their goods to. So anyone that comes will go through the station manager. The station manager say, take yours to car 1, you take yours to car 2, take yours to car 3, because car 3 is not empty yet. Maybe right now car 4 is full, so we will not send anything to car 4. So let's take every other thing to car 2, and when car 2 is full, we take, like, we have that station manager managing the load or distributing the load according to a particular protocol. Okay, so in terms of load balancing, it is according to what we refer to as an algorithm. So we have some algorithms like what you call round robin, where it will go around. So the first load that comes will go to the first car, the next load will go to the second car, the next one will go to the third car. We'll fill every other car like one, 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 one. And when we have gone through all the cars, we start over again. So it's the same thing. When a request comes to the server, comes through the load balancer, it sends it to that server. Then the next request will go to the next server. The next request will go to another server, like that, until every server has gotten something to be working on. Then subsequent ones will start all over. So it depends on the type of algorithm that it is using. So in general, that is what a load balancer is. I don't know if you have any specific questions that you would want to ask, but yeah, I hope that clarifies it for you, the concept on high level. Okay, so great. Happy to see that you are all here. And now let's keep going. So I was showing you this document. I actually went to GitHub to show you what we have on GitHub, and also to show you the plan that we did, that we went through yesterday. We couldn't go through everything into details because there was a lot of noise from my end yesterday, but at least this was the coding part. What we did, we created a database, we did a setup for the development setup by installing these packages and dependencies for back end, and we did similar for the front end. We created the readme files, the env and get ignore. Then yesterday I showed how I created the express.js server. It was just a couple of lines of javascript code. And once again, you don't need to understand every one of these things. We will actually take time to go through all of them. So I realized yesterday that I haven't taught anything JavaScript before publicly. So, but anyway, today I was teaching JavaScript earlier to the learners in the ALS Intro to SE program. However, maybe through this project, I'll try my best to teach you some of the JavaScript related things. See, if you want to do anything web development, JavaScript is not a programming language you run away from. So if your goal or your interest is in being able to build web applications or websites, or JavaScript is definitely something you need to learn, irrespective of what language you want to use for the back end. You would definitely need to appreciate JavaScript. So yeah, I'll try my best to explain some of these things. But before I respond, Erasmus, sorry, I've seen you've sent a message. I'll look at it. But before then, I was talking about prototypes. So ideally, when you are coming to build projects like this, it goes through a lot of things, right? So the ideation phase is there. Let's assume that we're able to come together and brainstorm all of these things. And so we go ahead and do what we call a product description. And now we've gotten a product description. This is exactly what we want the product to be. We'll send our product description to the UI UX team. So that's if you're working in a company that has all those segregations. We send it to the UI UX team. The UI UX team will now design the interfaces and how the experience should be like on for the products, right? So one of the ways they do that is through prototyping. They create, so you come to hear about two terms: wireframes and prototype. Like that's more with the people who are doing the UI UX stuff, okay? And because for us, we have just us software engineers doing everything, we wouldn't really dwell much on them, but then we still can take a look at some of them and see how they play out. So there's what we call the low fidelity mockups or prototypes and high fidelity. So with a low fidelity, that is when you don't really pay attention to the exact details. You are just sketching out how you want it to be. So we can do that with, say, a sheet of paper, a pen and a paper. Then we just draw out. Okay, so we would want, say, something like this. We want the home page or the dashboard to look like this. There will be this part on this. There will be that. So that can easily be done on sheet of paper. You can equally use any software to do it. Okay, so let's quickly Google that and say, let's go to Google so that you get to see some, say, low fidelity. Okay, so as you can see, wireframes or prototype, any of them. Let's look for images. Yeah, so you see how some of them are. This is where they've used like an application to do it. No, this is high fidelity, but this is low fidelity. So the person has just drawn out. So the top here and even this down here can be considered as low fidelity. We don't pay attention to colors and all of those things. Okay, so as you can see, this looks more like drawings. The person has just drawn out what they want, and using a software you can convert it to this. You still consider this as low fidelity because you aren't doing the details, like the nitty gritties on the design, isn't your concern. So that's usually where you start from. You design the lo-fi, that's for short you can call it lo-fi. You design the lo-fi prototype or mock-ups, and you share it with the authorities, whoever is in charge, like whoever you are supposed to report to, for them to deliberate on it. And when it is approved, you now move it to the high fidelity to work on the high fidelity. High fidelity will look like, I think I saw something earlier, yeah, something like this, where everything is details colored, like exactly how we want it, like it is well organized. We pay attention to every detail as much as possible. So that becomes the high fidelity. All right. So now you move from low-fi to hi-fi. Then when your high fidelity mockups or prototype is ready, you can then pass it on to the front end devs. And the front end devs, their duty is to code the front end, and the back end devs will code the back end and probably connect it as well. I mean, it depends on how you implement it. Sometimes the back end devs will just develop the APIs, then the front end devs, after they've finished coding the interface, they will implement the back end through the API endpoints that are provided. Once again, not to confuse anyone, I'm just giving you an idea of how these things play out publicly or in practically, so that you have a good understanding of them. And when you come across any of them anywhere, any of these terminologies, you appreciate why this is that and why that is that. Does that make sense? It says, are you going to use Postman or Insomnia in the project? If that's what do they use these tools for? Okay, so yes, I'm going to be using Postman. Unfortunately, I personally do not use Postman. Like I have it. No, I don't even think I have it here. Interestingly enough, my development environment is not this. The setup I'm using right now is just my workstation for work related stuff, but I use mostly my personal laptop for the coding, yeah, all those stuff. So I'm not going to use Postman, but a similar thing, like just like Postman. So it's essentially using Postman. Okay, I have there's an extension in VS Code called Tender Client, and that's what I use. And they are just used for testing your APIs. So for instance, if we are coding just the back end, you can't test your back end until, like, I'm trying to explain something, so please don't take me out of context. You can't test your back end until you are done with the front end and you have connected it. With the front end, that's what you are seeing. So it's like, well, what you see is what you get, right? What is there is this. Is that what you are looking for? Okay, if that is not it, then go and do something about it. But the back end is not like that. The back end, you have to interact with the front end, then something happens behind it, behind the scene, and gives you a result, and you say, no, this is not the kind of result, so my back end is not correct or something is wrong. Say somebody is trying to log in, the person doesn't have a correct password, but they are able to log in, then it means your back end implementation is wrong. But why will you wait till you have built the front end and put them together before you figure out that your back end is wrong? That's not an ideal situation. So we have tools that enable us to test the back end itself. So one of those tools is Postman. I don't know about Insomnia, but once you asked it together with Postman, I'm guessing it's probably a substitute for yep. Oh, what's that? It says, yeah. So once I'm seeing it, I'm guessing it's a substitute for Postman. If you value ease of use and large screen, Postman may be the best. If you need a light and fast to with advanced features and no cost, Sonia may be. Yeah, so it's for testing APIs. That's your backend that you've developed, how you want to test it. But I currently use what we call tender client. and that's just so you see internal client versus Postman. That's just a VS Code extension, so that I don't leave VS Code. I'm coding everything in VS Code. I get to test it in VS Code, and I don't need to install any other software or go online to access it. So yep, that is what we're going to be doing along the line. Are we clear on that? Ooh. So there's one thing I needed to do that I didn't do yesterday, and that is to, so I can do that today. Install Azure as a dependency in the backend. Oh, that's interesting. No, so Azure will be needed in the front end and the backend. Yep. So Azure will be needed in the front end mostly to help us make the HTTP calls, like call any endpoint and easily manage it. So I think I'll need to do that installation. But let's try and see. Let me just pull up Figma. Let's see what we can come up with. So I think the next question, which is a question I got earlier, was it last week or something? Somebody will ask, do I need to know how to create these things? And the answer is no. If you are not intending to become like a UI UX designer, it's not really. So I explained it last week saying that there is what we call a must have and a nice to have. So if you know how to use Figma, it's a nice to have for you as a software engineer. But if you don't know how to use it, it doesn't take away from being a software engineer. The good thing is that for me, because I'm able to use it anytime that I want, I can come here and spring up something. Like this particular project that I did here was done by myself, and it was for my master's, like an assignment that we were given during our master's program. So I had to come and design the thing myself. But there are some that I leave it to my UI UX designer to work on. Very good with his work. So this is an example I want to show you that he worked on. Very impressive work. When you're looking at it like this, you may not appreciate it, but then if we show you the prototype, so that tells you like this is what they do. They design it, show you the prototype. So this is the prototype that is here, and now we can pass this prototype to the front end guys to code this out for us, and the back end guys to so get started. Then maybe log in with this, create accounts or login. So you create an account and yep, success. So there's no code here. Like this is just literally design and prototyping. That's how powerful Figma is. We haven't coded this app, but then that's how powerful Figma is. So now we can go ahead and log in. When you log in, you have something like this and can go to these places. Okay. Yep. So as you can see, oh, some of them are not working, but yeah, pretty nice. And as I'm showing you, like this is literally haven't no code written. Like this is just Figma that I'm showing you here. Okay, so if you want to get into UI UX, then you bother your head around it. Otherwise, you leave it to the UI team to be doing this. Okay, yeah. And Figma has what they call Figma community, where people have shared things that they have done. So you can easily search. So some of the designs you see here, like this one, was just somebody's own. Like it's available to, some of them are free, some come at a cost, but you can always have access to the free ones. See, nice designs that people have created, and you can equally use some of the elements that you have created in your own project when you are designing. Mm. Anyway, so that's how it works, and this person has arranged it neatly. So this person has arranged his very neatly. So that's how Figma is. Now we want to create a new Figma project, design file. So this is a new Figma project. Says that is where I started from doing. I started with Adobe product. Oh, okay. Adobe SD. Interesting. Nice to know, Erasmus. I see. So for me, I like to have an idea of almost everything, right? But then it requires a lot of time, it requires a lot of learning to be up to speed on every one of these things. Yeah, but as I'm saying, please, you don't need to worry your head about trying to learn every one of them. Focus on what is the most relevant at a particular point in time and master it. Once you master that, you can always begin to pick up every other thing that you want to pick up. Unless if you are doing it in school and every part, every one of those things is required. So now we need a frame. Let's say we're going to work on a web based screen like that. So come with, let's pick desktop. So this is a frame for a desktop. It's representing a desktop that we're going to have. So we need to quickly come up with something. But before then, what and what do we have? We have our dashboard to create. We have our login screen. So these are things like how you plan the things. What and what are you going to do? Register screen. What else? What else are we going to have? So go back to our product description. The other thing, I mean, this is me trying to use ChatGPT to assist. So if I want to be fast with this, I can just go back to ChatGPT and I say based on this product description. So let's try that. Let me just pick these ones up to 7 and go to ChatGPT. That big brother of ours. Ooh, ChatGPT. I don't even know which of my accounts was I using for this. ChatGPT. Mm. Tudun-dun. Okay. Tudun-dun. Tudun-dun. Alright. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so let's see what ChatGPT has to say based on this product description. Suggest the various screens that we need to design. Then let me pass that to it. And listen to what ChatGPT has to tell us. Ooh. So, wow. It's even giving us the elements that need to be on those page. That's cool. Ooh. So these are things that you would have to brainstorm ideally without, I mean, when these things didn't exist, that would have been like the best way to approach it. Still not done. Okay. So at least we know that one is this. Okay. One, we need the welcome or landing page. So I'll call it landing page. Two, we need the user authentication screens, which should be a login screen. Sign up screen. We have two-factor authentication screen. Uh, There's profile creation screen. I think there should be email verification screen as well. Email verification screen. Then you go to the user dashboard. User dashboard. What else? So under tax management, we have add tax screen. There is edit tax screen. Then we come to the Pomodoro timer screen. Pomodoro timer screen. Then there is the live stream schedule and notification screen. Ooh. Then we have the Q&A list screen. There's also ask question screen. Then we have reading recommendation list screen. And finally, add recommendation screen. Okay. So I'm pretty sure this is not exhaustive. Ideally, would have to. Oh yeah, exactly. So you see, you just brought up something. Forgot password screen. So this would definitely not be a comprehensive one. For you to get a comprehensive list of screens you need to work on, you'd have to start with what we call the user flow. So at least when you have a full idea of the user flow, then it shows you what and what needs to be done. So ideally, people will plot out the user flow. A user will start, say, they start on the landing page. From the landing page, what's next? Then after that, what? After that, what? What can they do? They can do this, that. Like all of those options are there. Then you know exactly which screens to be doing. Personally, not so much interested in the aesthetics now, like more focused on showing you practically how these things are done. Like that's the goal. So I'll not be focused more on how to make this like the most pretty app out there or platform out there, but then enjoy the process of building something and teaching you how this is built, right? So at least we can start with that for now. Can decide to focus on just our login and sign up screen and make sure those ones are working. We wire create a back end and let that work, and at least we've done something. Login, sign up, full stack. Okay, then we can start adding all those other things to it. So yeah, that is the first thing. That's one of the things that we need to do. Login, register. I need to give this file a name. Oh, why? They're supposed to be somewhere. Okay, yeah. So steady with me platform. Okay, yeah. For now, that's what we are calling it. It's easy for me to just probably go to Figma community and get inspiration from there. Sorry, say uh login screens, and no, let's look at that from the community. Figma community, not my project. Ooh, how will I even? It's ooh, okay, yeah. Explore community down here. Then login. Let's see if we get some free ones or products. I wish we could. Okay, yeah. So you see, this login concept is cool. This one here, but we can take a look at others and see. I think this will be pretty easy to implement. This is very simple. So something like that, you take a look at what you think you like, then you implement something close to that. Let's see what we have. If I get one where they provide both the login and the register, that would really be nice. Ooh. I don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can even just go with something as plain as this. Right. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Since we want to implement those social login like GitHub and things, let's pick one that comes with those ones. So either this or something like this. Okay, this doesn't have. Anyway, so let me just click on this and show you what it looks like. Yep, does this person then have it's all logged in? Oh no. So you can zoom into it to see, but then this is I I I wish we have one that has both log in and sign up. But at least the idea is to have the username, the password, and like a button to sign in. Then we have these icons that we're going to use. It's not something I should be bothering my head around right now. I want to be writing code. Anyway, yeah. So just to give you an idea, I want us to select one. I think this looks pretty nice. This the deal. I'm just looking for one where we have both the register and sign in. Nope, no. Okay, so maybe my keyword for searching should be uh, sign up and sign in screen. So let's see if we get something like that. Okay, I think this would be cool. Ooh. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I think this is cool. So we can make do with something like this, where Google, Facebook, So we use maybe GitHub. You can log into this, or you continue by creating that. Then if you're yet to sign in, you can get started from here. So yeah, let's go with this. We just have to open this in Figma. They'll give us access to it if the person has made it. So okay, then now I can copy this and probably come here and paste this here. As simple as that. And I may need to, this was what, is it an image? Oh, sorry. Let's see where we can have this. Okay, change this to log in. Right, then this is more like a picture. So that's, let me bring it here, but we need to replace it with our own. Okay. Mm, what's happening? Okay. But anyway, if we want, we can also readjust our frame to fix that. It's allowed. So for the image, what are we learning? Students who are learning, right? So let's go to study and search people who are studying. Get an image like that. Maybe we could use this. So this is paid. Nope. We want free ones. We are not paying for it, unfortunately. Okay, so let's take a small one, download this, and come back to where we're working and try replacing this with that. Cool. Okay, what is this? I don't think we need this. Not need this as well. Okay. Please, I'm not, I expect in UI UX design. So I'm not teaching anything UI UX design here. I'm just showing you how we can approach some of these things and what we can do about it, right? This needs to be here. Okay. So yep, our login screen looks good now. You can keep going. Let's copy this and paste it again to duplicate it. And oh, so if the others didn't show up, it means that here they are arranged by layers here. So this is the frame. Everything now on top of it is not part of that frame. So if we want the rest to be parts, we need to uh, put them all inside here. Are you crying for me? Yeah, so let me see. What's this? I need to, this, these other things should not be parts. what I wrote at the side. Where did I write it? The various screens. Yeah, I think this is it. They are not parts. So yeah. So now we can copy this and paste it, and you see we get the same thing here. Say this is our sign up screen. Let's go and grab the form for sign up from this other person and bring it here. So when we are done, we can change some of the things. So they shifted that to the other side. We could do that as well. Could put, or I mean, this should go. This should go. Mm, why is this thing always? Okay. Hmm. Okay. Oh. All right. So nothing complicated. Just this, and probably change our colors or maintain the colors. What do you suggest? So at least we have two screens now that we can work with, and hopefully try focusing on that, getting that done, and being able to sign in, register. Then we can do any other thing. So yes, ideally, I mean, this isn't supposed to be like that. I should, if I want to do the prototype, I should focus on the prototype, get everything ready. But then, man, this can take me forever. So I'd rather not spend my whole time on just the prototyping, put some one or two together and keep going. We need to write code and understand what we are doing in terms of writing our code. So, going to pause here. At least we didn't even start with low-fi. This is high fidelity, and we can go ahead and implement it in code. And we'll try and use CSS to style it up like this. So back to what to do. At least we have done the prototype for login and sign up. So when you say prototype, when you click on the prototype, I mean, we can prototype this by saying this should link to this, and the login should always link back to itself. Nothing. I always struggle to do this. Should link back to itself. Okay. So let's see. On click, it should on click navigate to self. Nope. Ooh. Hi Sammy, welcome. I think there is something about navigate to self. Forgotten where. Scroll to. Oh, anyway, whatever happens, I wasn't here. I was, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Back? No, it shouldn't really be back, but then. Okay, let me just now. Okay, I think now will work. But when you click on logo, oh, okay. So for now, we can't even do that. That's a logo. So if we have a place we want the logo to send us, then we'll do that. So here, our sign in button up here. Oh, hurry up. Yep, yep, yeah. So this should take us back here. Okay. And this is just when you want to prototype. The person clicks on login and they are successfully logged in. Send them here. We can equally do some with this, send them here. So once we've done this, we can show this prototype on the sign up page. As in, which one on the sign up page? Yep. So this is sign up. Oh, where is this supposed to be taking me? I didn't do the sign up there. Wow. Anyway, not for me to come and kill myself here. Are they messing up like that? This on drag, no. So that shouldn't be on drag. Should rather be on click. So none. I'm looking for on click rather. Navigate to login. Yeah. Why did he even pick on drag? On drag, nope. I'm not looking for on drag. On click, navigate to login. Something like that. Yeah. But I don't even know why I'm clicking the login to go to sign up. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, but hey, guys, I just wanted to show you that we can equally prototype the things here. Okay, so yeah, let's just go back to our code, our to-do lists. So we've been able to do this today, and we need Axios in the front end, so I can go do that. CD SWM front end, then npm install Axios. Yep, done. So once you install a package or a library, or what you technically call a dependency, you check your package.json and it should be in there. So Axios is now here. Along the line, we'll install many more other dependencies. Okay, so please bear with that. Ooh. Okay, so that also has been done in the front end. This will help us make the requests to the back end. So this has been done. The next thing I want to do today before I leave is to start creating some of the user models, especially the user collection. So in as it called MongoDB. So for those of you who know anything about databases, when you're talking about relational databases like SQL, mostly you deal with tables. So the data is captured in columns and rows, and those makes up the tables. In MongoDB, we have what we call collections. So if I say I'm creating the user collection, it's just like saying I'm creating the user table. Okay, so we need to do that. But then there is something called ORMs or ODMs, depending on the type of database you are dealing with. So mostly in relational database, we have object relational mapper. Relational mapping or mappers. Okay, if you are in ALS and you are doing Python, you would have heard of what we call SQL alchemy, right? Which is the ORM for Python and MySQL. what these things do is that it allows you model your database using just the Python code. So for SQL Alchemy, that's what it does. You would be able to directly communicate with your database using just Python code. Okay, so I don't have to go and learn, or I mean, you need to know how SQL and things work to be able to do it. But then this is focused primarily on just using your Python to write a code. This is called object data model mapper, right? So, or documents. I think some people call it documents. I hope my voice hasn't changed. The way it sound. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. So I hope you can all hear me. So ODMs, I don't even remember if it is object, documents, mapper, or data. I think it should be documents. It's good to learn. So let's learn. ODMs. What are they? Documents based database, but I want the full name. What is it? Anyone wrote it anywhere? Ooh. See. Document mappers, yes, great. So it was confusing me. Document mappers. So in Node.js, there is an ODM called Mongoose that enables us to communicate with. So this is in JavaScript to communicate with MongoDB databases. That is what happens in JavaScript, as this is in Python, like in Python, to communicate with SQL or MySQL databases. So let me say SQL because it could be more than just MySQL. Any of the SQL based databases like PostgreSQL, SQLite, and all of that. Yeah. So for us, we're going to be using Mongoose. And yesterday, those of you saw, it was one of the packages that I installed, Mongoose, called here. And yep. So I'm going to show you how I'm going to use Mongoose to create this model, the user model, and also pass all of these things to it. Some of these things I know them, but the syntax sometimes, if it's been a while since I wrote some, it escapes me. Sammy says it's been a long while you've been here. Yeah. Oh, you've been ill? Sorry to hear that. Sorry, Sammy. I hope you are better or getting better now. And about what is going on here is just us trying to do some funny projects to keep ourselves busy. I mean, not funny, but then something that would let everybody know exactly how some of these processes work. So I keep saying that my goal is not for you to fully understand every bit of code I write, especially if you're a beginner, so that you're not scared of, oh, I don't stand to benefit anyhow from this, so why am I even worrying myself being here? The goal is for you to understand what is happening so that you are able to implement, no, like appreciate how all of these things work in the real world. Okay, so that is the goal. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so yesterday we brainstormed a project where we are talking about something that's a platform for helping us with our live streams, where people who are participating in a live stream can sign up to and add their tasks that they want to do, achieve in the course of the day, and every other thing that will make our live stream interesting. So we are building a platform from scratch, and that's what we've started working on. Okay, so we're going to use Mongoose for that. Yesterday, before I closed, I worked on the database connection. So this is it, our database connection function. So I created a function and put it in the config. Okay, yeah. So yesterday before we left, I hadn't created the directories, and I said I was going to create them. These are empty directories. So we are using what we call the MVC architecture for our project. Please, these are like important terminologies that you hear over and over and over again. So you better pay attention to them. Model view controllers. Okay, so mostly when you're building like bigger scale applications, you always want to separate your code into logical forms such that it's easy for you to troubleshoot it and debug any problem you are having, that kind of thing, and also for you to easily track things up and down. So one of the ways to architect it is using what we call, oh my, oh my, hold on, I'm coming. Can you hear me now? Is it better? Erasmus, is it better? Because I know it's not network, so it's either my. Okay, good. All right. So, as I was saying, this is like the way we architect softwares. When we are building them, we segregate the code, we put them into specific logics. So one of them, the architecture models that we can use is the MVC model, and MVC is just model view controllers. So the view is usually so this is just folders. Okay, you create a folder called your model folder, you create a folder called your view folder, you create a folder called your controllers. Okay, and hey, why is this thing changing? Yeah, I don't, maybe the cable is touching them. Okay, so in the model contains the, what do you call, the code that is relating to the database, or code that you use to manipulate the database directly, that is connecting to the database directly. That is where you put that. So that's where you model, like this one I'm saying user model. So I'll create the user model, which will help me create the user collection, all of these other ones that would translate into the collections in the database. Or if you are dealing with a SQL database, you say the tables in the database. So that would be here in the models relating to the data database. Then the view is obviously what you are going to end up seeing. In our case, I'm not going to create a view because we have decoupled the application. We have the front end application somewhere else and the back end application somewhere else. So the front end is going to be like the view, but then it's not part of the back end here, so we wouldn't worry much about it. Then every other part of what we call the logic, so usually you hear the business logic, is handled by the controller. And this is what happens if an action is taken on the view, like the user interface. When an action is taken, the logic behind it is called. So from the view, you go to the controllers, and the controllers will now speak to the database through the model, and that can also come back. Model can communicate back to controllers, and controllers back to the view. So that is the architecture that we are using in this project. So I created this. We have the controllers directory here, which is empty. We have the models directory, which is also empty. Then I created a config directory, but the only thing I've done here is to create a function to help me connect to the database. And I explained yesterday that I use what is called the environment variable. So we created an environment variable called MongoDB URI, and it's just the connection string. So yeah, to connect to a MongoDB database, you need a connection string. So I've just used environment variables so that we are keeping it some sort of a secret, and people cannot access it unless they have access to my computer itself. And I mentioned we are using Mongoose. So here is me requiring Mongoose and creating a variable called Mongoose to use it. So to connect, this is just a function, and asynchronous function. Maybe I'll explain it along the line, but for now, don't worry your head around it. I just created a function to connect. So this is, we have the use the connect method of Mongoose to connect by passing the connection string here. And these parameters, if you don't pass them, Mongoose will start giving you some error messages. So you just go ahead and pass it. I don't even have it in my, I mean, because I've been using it, I know them, but anytime you want to connect, you can always look them up and put them in. Then I'm saying that when it is connected successfully, it should tell me connected to database successfully. Otherwise, it should say unable to connect to database and give me the reasons. So now we need to turn on the server, run it, and because we are in a development environment, I'll go ahead and do npm. Oh, I think yes, was it this? So all those things you can do are here, the script. Okay, so dev. So once I have written dev here, it means I can run npm run dev, and this will turn on the development server and give us whatever we want. So turn it on now. Oh, sorry. So I know what is happening right now. We were in the front end, so that was for the front end. I need to cd out to now cd into the back end instead. Okay, then npm run dev. Yep. Okay, good. So now we can see it says server connected successfully, and yesterday I explained how come this is, and I coded it to say that over here server started successfully on this port, so on port 5000, and database connected to database successfully. That is what I just showed you in the database connection script, where if it is successful, it says connected to database successfully. So yeah, it means at least for now we have our big C structure set up, and also we have direct connection to the database. So let's go into our models folder, which is empty now, and create the first file we're going to call user.js. So this is where we're going to have our users model, and to create a model in here we're going to use Mongoose, right? So I think we still would need Mongoose. So const say Mongoose, Mongoose is equal to require Mongoose, and we first of all have to create a schema, create a user schema. So that we can say const user, let me use user schema is equal to, should it be an async function? No. So I think, oh yeah, I'm trying to forget this thing which I'm not supposed to. Schema, do they have schema? Yeah, schema. Then call this, no, let me just quickly find out. Ideally, I think the fastest way would be for me to go to ChatGPT, and that will spill it up for me right now just to show you. So create Mongo's schema. Yeah. Mongo schema. Plus schema is equal to new. Okay, that's if you call it schema like that. Okay, so I think I got it. Forgotten the syntax, but then this is, so you pass an object to the schema, pass an object to it, and we'll come back here to see what we needed to capture these things. But we need to pay attention to the data types. Username would be so username would be type, is it type of or type string. Then whether it's required or not, should be required, should be true. I hope I'm doing the right thing. It's been a while. I hope I'm doing the right thing. So confirm that. Yeah. The type is that. Yeah. So that's it. Then we go to the next one. Email. Sorry. Email will be type string, and that will also be required. So required will be true, but then it should also be unique, so that will also be true. Okay, then we go to password. Password should be of type string. Required, yes, it should be required. Should be required. True. We don't need password to be unique. Row, for row, I have to really think about it because it depends on what we want to give it. We may have to provide like a number of how do you call it, like a number of rows, so we have to think through it. What are the rows that users of this app may have? So we can say maybe one person is an admin, a community manager, like a host, or say a participant. I mean, the terminologies are important so that we capture them rightly in here. So yeah. Ooh. Let me use ChatGPT to help me. So for the user roles, what are some of the suggestions that we can work with? Okay, so he's saying guest, basic user, premium user. Oh, ChatGPT. Mm-hmm. Moderator, exactly. So I mean, those are the same things I was thinking about. Then admin. Yeah. Okay. So now in let me just confirm how I write this in Mongoose. I've forgotten. In Mongoose schema, how do I capture? I think it's enum or something. How do I capture the list of rows? Who rows field will be an array. Okay. Yep. So the rows will be an array of strings. Okay. Okay. But then what if I want to pass all those that it should be among? Oh, this guy and talking plenty. It's okay. I want to ask another question. That is still, I don't even find a button to stop generation. Interesting. Okay, you're done. How about supplying all the rows and also setting a default row in the schema? So I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, this is what I was thinking about enum. I've forgotten how to use it. So we have all of these allowed rows. Yeah, okay. So now I think I know how to go about it. So store type will be uh string. So that's like array of strings. Then enum is like the list of rows that we want. So I'll use small letters for everything. We have admin, we have moderator, we have hosts, we have participants. Okay, and defaults will be default will be party. No, so should it be a string? I think it should be a string rather instead of array of strings. Shouldn't that be the case? Mm. Oh, so if we make it array of strings, then it means one person can have multiple. So one person can have multiple rows, but is that the case? Can one person have multiple rows? It's still an array of string, but it now has like that restricts the value to those within this approach provides a robust way to manage rows. You have a centralized list of allowed rows. You enforce that only allowed rows can be. Yeah, you set a default row. So what I'm trying to figure out right now is will this mean that each user can have multiple rows, and will that be ideal? Whether it is ideal or not depends on your application's requirement and complexity. Stop talking plenty. I don't think so. In our case, I think it should be just one row for each person and not multiple rows, because we are going to implement it such that if you're a participant, then say you have the least rows, the moderator has more rows or permissions, more permissions than the participants, followed by the host before admin. So I don't think it's necessary to assign multiple. So we can stick with this. Then MFA enabled will be a boolean. So that would be true or false, whether you have enabled MSA or you have MFA or you've not. So type will be boolean, and default will be false. Right. Let's go on to the next one. MFA secrets. MFA secrets would be type. What will be the type? MFA secrets type will be also string. And yeah, has to be unique, or I think so. For the MFA implementation, this is going to be my first time implementing some, so happy to learn whether I make a mistake or not. Oh, then this will be type email verified. So that will also be boolean for us to know whether the email is verified or not. Boolean. And defaults will be false. Okay. Type for last login should be dates. Ooh. And so I won't set a default value. Account status. Oh, I don't even remember what the account status was supposed to be. But I think that should be explained somewhere in one of those documents. So for now, we'll just use enum for it, whether active, inactive, something like that. Ooh. So type will be string. Enumerate these. We have active and we have inactive. Okay. Yep. Now we've created the schema and we need to make use of the schema. So we have to export the schema for use. Export schema for use. So that we can say model. Let me see how they did it here. Ooh. Oh, they didn't export any of them. Yeah. Because this thing sometimes becomes a bit confusing. Let me see. No. So I think I should use mongoose mongoose, this mongoose.schema. There's one more that, oh, ChatGPT, where are you? How do I export the schema? Model.exports. Okay. Then yeah, so this is what I was trying to remember. Mongoose.model. So model.exports is equal to mongoose.model. Then we pass the schema we created here to it. Okay, so the collection will be users collection. I need to go confirm the MongoDB Atlas. Ideally, I wouldn't need to come here to check it, but I already created the users collection. Where is it? Steady with me. User collection. Steady with me. Yes, it's called users. So I have to make sure I'm using that, followed by the schema that we created. I hope that is the right thing to do. Oh, what's this? A spot. Hope that is the right thing to do. Yeah. Okay, they use capital U here. Let me try and be a good boy. Yep. At least now that I've remembered this, it's easy to now implement the rest. In fact, it's easier this way because you can just copy the whole thing to others. So let's go and finish up the rest. We need to create, this will be what we've done is for the user collection. We need to create activity. So activity dot, so we have activity dot js, or maybe I should make it user activity dot js, or activity dot js. Okay, then I'll just copy the whole of this and paste it here. So programmers are one of the lazy kind of people in the world. True or false? Yep. Then what we need in here is just user ID and timestamp. User ID, the exact activity, and timestamp. Okay. So better still, we can get rid of all of these and paste this in here and say this is activity. Or do I use a singular? Okay. User ID is supposed to be of type objects. Is valid objects. Oh, I'm coming. Oh, form type. Okay, let me, for activity collection, we need the user ID to be of type objects. Okay, no, to be associated with specific user details. which type should I use? All of these things, I've learned them before, but because I've not been using it regularly, I know it has to do with objects that will point you in. Yeah, but yeah, so something like this: schema types dot object ID. Oh my, okay. So the type is schema. Oh, or did they include that? Schema dot types. Oh, okay. So I think maybe I would also want to adopt this so that it becomes easy for me to just use the word schema. Then instead of writing mungos.schema all the time, I can just say schema dot types, schema dot types dot object ID. So that would be the type. Then you pass the reference and whether it's required or not. Good. So ref will be user, right? User. Okay. So that would be the user model. Ooh, let's go here. Sometimes this thing gets me a bit confused. So do I export this as users or as user? Okay. And export this as activity. All right. Then whether it's required or not will be true. Erasmus, what are you saying true to? Which of them? It's really somewhere, sometimes. Okay, so at least we got that. Then for activity will obviously be a string. So we'll be documenting whatever somebody does. Say somebody signs up, we just click on, I mean, this person just logged in, you record it. It's like an activity log. Whatever they do, they deleted something, you record so that you can use that to when you are doing what, how is that called? Monitoring. Yeah, like trying to monitor some activities on the platform, uh, something like that. Yeah. So activity will be of type string. Um, string required. I think if you are entering something here, then it should be required. Otherwise, you shouldn't even enter anything here. And can't be unique. So let's move on to timestamp. For timestamp, I don't even know. Should it be dates? Not sure. Let's go back. Did it? Okay, so it chose dates, and the default to be now. Okay. So one thing is that, see, it's giving me here. I could easily copy and paste there, but I like it when you try typing it out yourself because it forces you to learn the thing, and like your brain is forced to really retain that by writing it out. So I prefer to write those things out. Ideally, I would have had, I mean, usually even this I can split my screen into two and put one here, one there. But now that I'm forcing myself to recall what I saw, it makes me like pick those things up faster. Okay, so the default was, I've even forgotten that. So it was date.now. Okay, date.now. All right. Yep. So we're done with this as well. And the last one for the day will be backup. Backup code. Yeah. So that's for the multi-factor authentication and somebody who has forgotten their password to recover their account. So, let's call this backup code.js. And all I'll do is still go grab this. I think I want to change this in the user I want to. Let's put this here and delete this to make it your schema. Yep. Backup. Get rid of all this and call this backup code schema. Backup code schema. Okay. In here we'll have these three things. So this is how we're going to implement it. It's going to be associated with the user's ID. If you remember what I did earlier was schema.types dot object ID, then ha 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 please, we have a lot of things to do. You can't sit and be writing the same thing. It's not an efficient use of your time. That's not an efficient use of your time. So we have schema of this. Okay, reference. We need to pass the reference to what's the reference? That would be the user, right? User. Okay. And this is required. Required is true. Okay. Then code will represent that secret code that if the person has access to, you can enable them access their accounts. So here what we can do is pass an array of strings. Oh, okay. An array of strings, and that is also required, which should be true. Then now status. Status will be of type string, and we'll pass an enum to that. That would be so used, then maybe unused. Yeah, so at least the defaults would be unused. All right, so good job. We finished setting these three models up, and hopefully tomorrow we start looking at some other thing that will enable us to implement the logic to sign a user in and be able to create an account on this. So yeah, I'm happy we're able to do this for today. And anyway, no worries. I'll take my time. So we are building this roughly right now, but I'll take my time to uh, maybe host sessions to teach these things for those who are interested in learning them. Okay, let's turn these things off. Yep. So we're about to close. Any questions for me? Any questions for me? Thank you all for joining. Do you have anything, any questions, anything that I can help with before I leave? Um, so basically that's what we are doing. We've talked about it, trying to build a platform that will help with every one of us who is trying to join these sessions. But the end goal is not even necessarily the end product that we're going to get, but the actual learning, and also letting you all see exactly what it takes to build some of these things. Okay, especially if you are trying to, sorry, simple and this noise, especially when you're trying to build something that doesn't already exist. Okay, you would have to think through it yourself, and how to come up with some of these things. And in a situation like this, where say you are the only person doing all every aspect of it, then how do you approach it? Okay, so by being able to do all of these, I can boldly say that, oh yeah, I'm a full stack engineer. And it only comes through challenging yourself to build some of these things, and eventually these are the things that you use to go and showcase to potential employers that, oh, I built this, I was facing this problem and I built this to solve this problem. So that is very important for every one of us. Thank you all for being here. Tomorrow, God willing, we're going to be live again. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to have a lot of discussions. It says, what about mobile apps and desktop apps? Oh, don't worry. As in building them. So, desktop apps. Oh my. There are some languages that you can use to build those ones. So, I mean, I'm seeing the last part of your message right now, context of ALS-ST. So I'm guessing you're asking the things that ALS is teaching you, how does that interplay into building desktop apps or mobile apps? I don't know if that is exactly what you're asking, but whatever it is, at the end of the day, the most important thing is for you to now understand how these, like the basic stuff, like the basic concepts, how all of these things come together, and also know how to learn these things by yourself. So okay, so can we still be employed to work on? At the end of the day, it all depends on you, the individual, because with your knowledge, like right now with the knowledge that I have, I can't purely say that if you put me on a mobile app project, I'll be able to do exactly what you expect me to do. I will be able to do it with the requisite help, like reading around quickly, because I can learn very fast. So on the job, I may be able to learn to pick it up. But just to say that with my current knowledge, I won't be able to build it. That's what I'm saying. But the good thing is, because you've taught yourself how to learn, essentially that's what you do when you go through the ALS SC program. You've taught yourself how to learn, and also how to rely on documentations, peers, and all of that to get things done and do hard things. You should be able to do it. So for me, it is one of the things that I planned that this year I was going to do, was to learn how to develop mobile apps. So in fact, I started learning React Native, but then because of my semester work, I had to pause React Native and start learning things relating to data analysis and machine learning, because of some of my courses that I'll be taking this semester. So it's totally up to you to start figuring out, after you've gotten the requisite basic knowledge, start figuring out if you want to be getting into mobile app development, what are the languages or frameworks that you need to learn. Then you start learning those ones. For desktop applications, you can use Python to an extent, I mean, but you'd have to learn a Python framework for that you use for it. Otherwise, there are other programming languages that you need to pick up to be able to build those kind of applications. Even for JavaScript, now there are frameworks that will allow you to convert any JavaScript application into a desktop application. So yeah, it depends on exactly what is important is that you really understand the concepts beneath it, and you are also good when it comes to learning new things and devouring documentation to figure things out for yourself. And the only way to do that is by trying and doing it, like get getting your hands dirty on those things. Anyway, I'm feeling very exhausted right now, like seriously. And I've been up since 6, and I've been doing like this. So we'll probably call it a day today and meet again, God willing, tomorrow. Thank you all for showing up, and hopefully we meet here tomorrow to continue. So I'll probably try my best to list out some of the things that we can do tomorrow. Then we'll continue with the project and also discuss whatever we need to discuss. Thank you, and see you tomorrow, God willing.